And that microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Zooms around and checks who's bought the thumb. Yeah, way to go, Piggy. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. It is Sunday, the 16th of April, 2023. And you are watching VolcanoX live stream. On screen is, yes, Siggy Fisher, and of course that is archived footage from way back. And King Colin, I'm trying to figure out how can you be an hour late and didn't receive your notification till when an hour late. Well, hang on, it's not been on for an hour. We're just starting. I'm confused. I'm confused. Are you time-traveling King Colin? Oh, let's get on with the show. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. We don't have anything super weird or anything like that to report. Things are getting better as far as confused.com. Yeah, I'm there with you, Piggy. Oh, nothing really strange. The SO2 cloud is and ash is continuing to spread across North America as expected. Mind you, most of it actually has gone up north, which is better. Dr. Fox, shh, all quiet, no war zone. Okay, excellent, Piggy. And yeah, for those people who haven't gone and looked at Piggy's new video that she put up, we're actually going to go pin that up top here so you can take a look at the war zone. Which is really kind of weirdish. But we're going to do that for Piggy, and she did post that from last night, and we'll pin that up there so you guys can go have a look. Apparently they're throwing around dynamite, and not that close to her place, but and I swear, I don't swear. You didn't swear? Oh, yeah. Okay, you hang on. I seem to have listened to that video. Yeah, children, please make sure that you cover your adults' ears. There were some profanities in that video. I heard them myself. Yeah. Oh, anyway, I'm kidding. I have no idea what Piggy was saying. The dynamite blasts were too loud. It's okay. Let's see. There was. Yeah, yeah, I think there was too, Piggy. All good. Anyway, first person in today again was Janice. So Janice, Karen gets the cookies. And we'll throw them in there. There we go. We got cookies for Janice. And let's say hi to everyone else while we're on here. I see we only got 23 people in here right now. So I'm wondering, is everybody out having like a Sunday or something? Anyway, welcome to our moderators. First off, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, who's still out there dodging frying pans or chomping wood, one or the other, or both at the same time. And then we also may have Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as possibly Lucas Snow, and let's see, Joseph Fields, Texas, who might be busy today, but also we could have Mona Lisa Smiles and some other ones. Who knows? There's lots of moderators. So, but thanks, mods, for being here and doing your things. 37 on my reel. 37. 37. I don't know what's going on. All right. Anyway, so a poor guy living with 3 females. Yeah, I pity him. At least he's got the dog as company there, Tom. Anyway, welcome to everyone. We'll start with Kevin Haynes and Janice, of course, who got the cookies, and John is here. Hermione and Fluffy and Tom and Pepper. Pepper with her trimmed toenails, able to type at a speed of a bullet now. And Sue Hayes also here. Welcome, Sue. Mars 2028 did land properly. And welcome on board. Did I say John? Yeah, I think so. Kevin Haynes is here. Sebastian, welcome back. And going up a little bit more, looking to see who else is here. Tanto is on board. Bonjour or bonsoir, Tanto. King Colin Deadman also here. And let's see, who else we got? Looking, scrolling, Layla. Welcome, Layla. Teresa is also here. Welcome, Teresa. And aloha. And let's see, who else we got in the house? Scrolling upward, looking for more good names. Adele51 also on board. And still scrolling upward, looking for more wonderful people. And who else we got? We got Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. And let's see, Lizoid, did we get you? Yeah, we got you. Let's see, who else we got? Scrolling, Connie Tyree, welcome back, and good to see you again. And still scrolling upward here, and I'm looking to see if I missed any other wonderful names. Mark the Shark is here. Welcome, Mark. Aloha to you. And who else we got? Still scrolling. Mon DJ, welcome. Glad to have you here. And still scrolling upward, looking for others that I may have missed. Okay, got Tanto, got Grandma B, got Mark, Lizoid, yep, all of those wonderful people. Let's see, Dan is here. Welcome, Dan, good to see you. And still scrolling up, looking for a more Frosty username. Welcome back. And who else we got? I'm up as far as I can go. I don't see anybody else up there. Let's go back to the bottom and see Ramon Barca. I hope I said that right, Ramon. And welcome. And let's see, who else we got? Did you forget Thistle? I was going to save that. Thistle, are you watching us? You make sure that your mummy doesn't do anything, and you get your toast. Make sure you get toast, Thistle. Okay? You like toast. Anyway, hopefully that helped. Her ears twitched. Uh-oh. At the toast part, or at the hey, Thistle? Thistle? She had her toast. Okay. I guess she doesn't want toast twice in a row. Anyway, that is all good. The Thistle part. Thistle! Come here. No, you stay there, Thistle. That's a good doggy. Anyway, that's all cool. Give a little whistle. Yeah. No, that's okay. Head is tilted. That is awesome. And always like that. This is a gold dock. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Anyway, let's get at things and start going around and looking at things that might be of interest. And of course, I pulled a sneaky today with the wonderful still shot of the volcano of the day. And I hope I have misled people into believing that it is a volcano they know. So, except for they haven't figured out how come there's a hill in front of it. But we'll leave that be for the time being. We'll show that picture later when it comes time. But let's get at things, and we'll stop our wonderful canned lava, and we'll see if we can put on the brakes there. There we go. Yes, you did. Yeah, well, John, think about that hill in front of it. Okay, that's the important part. You got to think about that hill. And that is really, really important. And I really like that. It's a wonderful shot, though. I really do like it and respect it. Anyway, let's take a look and see what else we got happening. And of course, we'll pop over to Hawaii first. And you'll have to excuse my searching for things. I am a little bit put out. I did reboot my computer today. And not only did I update Windows, but also updated my streaming software, which really didn't need to be updated, but it was good that I did it anyway. That way it wouldn't stop things on us. So brand new streaming software, apparently 4 bugs fixed, and none of the ones that I have addressed. So the hills are alive with sounds of volcanoes, possibly. But right now we got raindrops there at Helemaumau crater, unfortunately, and not much we can do about them. If we go back a little bit earlier, we get rid of some of that rain and just see what it looks like. Kind of funky looking. I'm not sure what these 2 spots are about. That is kind of weird looking. 2 small alien craft or beams or something being checked out there, and they're disappearing. They've just teleported back to their main ship. All right, well, I guess that takes care of that. Old main west vent still smoking, as well as the west lava pond. We are now seeing smoke come from that central vent again that we didn't see anything coming from in the last couple of days. And we see more smoke out in the southeast lava pond area. I don't know exactly what is going to go on there, but we'll find out. I'm going to refresh this picture real quick here as soon as it reloads. And there it goes. There's our southeast lava pond. And you can definitely see more smoke, lots of steam along the edges. And well, here's that central vent, but there's where the smoke is emanating from. Not quite at the central vent, so kind of weird to see that. And a smoke plume coming from there, that's a little bit odd too. So that is kind of one of those things. Not one of ours, might be those weird guys from Jupiter. Okay. What do they call them? Jupiteronians or something? Jupiterians? I have no idea what you call an alien from Jupiter. Anyway, partial view there because of that steam. Julians. Oh, Junians. There you go. I told you they were weird. All right, Junians. Juvians? As long as never mind. I was going to say something else, but that's got religion involved, and we don't want to get into that. Anyway, there's the Pig Island out there, and then of course we see the other steam and smoke rising. Let's get to the thermal shot. No thank you, not now. And of course, because of the rain, it looks really funny. Who's there? Anyway, let's look at that, and it looks weird. The only thing we do see, though, is that very glowy spot right there. And that makes you wonder what the heck is still underneath there. And what is it? Maybe one of those, what is it, Jovians? Yeah, Jovians is hiding underneath there. Who knows? Those Martians, I don't know about them. And I watched a video yesterday there about they were trying to figure out what the big red spot was actually made of on Jupiter. And the conclusion is they still don't know. So it's not red jelly beans, okay? They're not going to work. Anyway, that is it for Hawaii. Yeah, very observant there, John. It is indeed a gaseous material. We'll leave that place be. We're going to go over to Iceland as soon as I find it. I know I have it here somewhere. Iceland is a wonderful place, but it's not so bright and sunny there today, unfortunately. So let's go on over and we'll have a look. There is our lovely city of Reykjavik, and it is doing what it needs to do. And I'm trying to find the other one here to fix things up and keep things going there. All right, so they too are getting rain, just like Helma crater, and I'm not sure if it's maybe contagious or something amongst volcanic places. Rain, interesting concept. Anyway, there is from 12:30 their local time, and that's what it is looking like there. So a cloudy conditions, rain on and off. It looks like the weather is coming from the eastern side, blowing towards the west maybe, and that is interesting. I will make that one smaller. Take a look at the other one real quick. Oh, we'll put that back on live. And there's the airport shot. That is what it currently looks like right now. We're not going to see a sunset today. It's raining over there, and we cannot see anything off in the distance. So poor visibility, unfortunately, and not much we can do about that. And there we go. That is about 9 hours and 39 minutes ago. And we see it was raining, doing its thing. So all good. We'll leave that one be, make it a small, go back to live. Let's go out here to the Reykjanes Peninsula. Real quick peek. Too rainy to be able to see anything off in the distance. Frejola, welcome back. And Alba Girl is here too, welcome. And we got Adele earlier, awesome. Anyway, that is the steam geyser still geysering. No way to tell what's happening from that smaller one right there. And of course the geothermal power plant behind all that steam over there. Can't see it. If we go back, I was going to say if we go back about 9 or 10 hours, we don't get to see anything. So we'll go back about 8 hours and see what it looked like then. And there you go. Still visibility relatively poor. Putting it back to live, not much different. We'll make that smaller. Go over to our next shot. This is a present condition at Katla, and that is not good conditions. So 9 hours ago, this is what we were seeing. Let's see if it'll come up. There we go. And yeah, Katla is supposed to be in there somewhere. Unfortunately, we can't see it. Prior to this time, it was a very, very dense cloud right over top of the camera area. And this is going a little bit further or closer to present time, about 5 hours and 45 minutes ago. And we still can't see a darn thing. Too much rain passing through. I'm surprised there's still people up there though. And this is about 4 hours ago right here. Conditions worsened a whole bunch, and you really can't see a heck of a lot. So let's put that back to live, make that smaller, and we will go over to our harmonic tremor charts, take a look and see if we have anything new and fun there, and see what's happening. There we go. All right. As the ladder goes up tectonically, and we see it went up, and then all of a sudden it started dropping again like a rocket. Anyway, it looks like our magmatic did go up and dropped as well, and then regained a little. Same thing with the seismatic, up and down and up and down. But that one is not regaining, so I kind of wonder what we got happening there. And of course our tectonic or blue line here, basically the higher frequencies, not really telling us a lot of what's going on there, other than this is likely tectonic plate movement. But let's take a look at Askia first, since that's up at the top of the charts here. And we'll have a look. Oh, did I go right by it? I did too. There's Askia. We do see a rise in the magmatic frequencies, and we see it and kind of drop back off a little bit. Same thing with the seismic going up and back down. And the tectonic action seems to be there. We got a bunch of little quakes, spike right around noonish, and that'll be a quake somewhere close in the area, something sizable perhaps. And of course it kind of went up and dropped back off a little bit. And let's slide down and take a look at the next ones. Next one will be Grimsey, our northernmost point, and that is Grimsey. We see that it really went for a dip, as far as not a heck of a lot going on there, and then we regained some movement, and since they're all about the same, I would consider that to be tectonic in nature, although we do see the magmatic and seismic moving back up as well, right? So still think it's tectonic. Looking at Grindavik, we do see a similar up and down deal, same thing as what we've got at Ragnar. Of course, Grindavik is to the southwest of Ragnar, and then we'll go to the other one here, which is Krusevik, and that is to the northeast of our Fragedalfjall area. And let's see, there is the Krusevik one. Same kind of a deal, a little bit rougher though. It didn't drop as much in some spots, and is actually presently going down. So a little bit different than the other two. And that is kind of weird. We do see magmatic is still on the way up. Same thing with our seismatic on this one. So making me wonder, what do we got going on here? Different, because they're so close together, they should be very, very similar in structure as far as readings are concerned. But who knows? Anyway, let's pop over to our earthquakes, and we'll have a look and see what is causing the weirdness, if we can figure that out. Anyway, trying to get this back on Fragedalfjall, right about there. That'll work. And popping over to our earthquakes. So in the last 24 hours, we have had 56 quakes in the area. And we see a really big empty in the middle here, which is kind of odd. Anyway, let's take a look down here and see what we've got on, well, this is the Reykjanes Peninsula right down here. The latest one looks like it's a 1.1 kilometer down from 2007. And then we've got a bunch here 2.63. I think that might be the biggest one on the map for today. 3:09 a.m. for that guy. Then we've got a 1.36, 7.8 kilometers down from 8:48 a.m. And I got to zoom in just a tad more to split some of them up here. 1.36, 7.8 clicks down, 8:48. 1.32, 10 kilometers down from 5:10 a.m. 1.8 down here from 7 kilometers down from 9:27. And then we've got a 1.47, 7 kilometers down from 9:35. 1.92, 7.5 kilometers down from 4:03. 1 in magnitude, 7 kilometers down from 1959, and a 0.9, 6.3 kilometers down from 2007. 1.6 down here from 1414, 3.7 kilometers down for that guy. We already got our new guy, so let's move over. We don't see anything over at the airport. That is Keflavik International, Keflavik, Reichenspar, Yardvik. And then, of course, if we zoom over here, we can see the Blue Lagoon right in there for those who aren't familiar with it, and the power plant right beside it. And then, of course, Grindvik down here. And that is what we've got. Looking at the outline there, that is our Fragrafjall area, everything in between. And, of course, that is where Ragnar is and our Siggy Fisher. Moving over a little bit though, this is Kristevik right there, and we've got a 3.9 kilometers down, 2200 was the time on that one. We've got 0.73, and that is 10.5 kilometers down from 2147. 1 over here in magnitude, 8.4 kilometers down from 1520. Then we've got one down here, 0.82, 1 kilometer down from 1125. I swear that's where that crab is located. No, he might be out here somewhere, trying to get away probably. They've got him pinned up on a big stick. Anyway, 1.82, 5.9 kilometers down from 2347 yesterday. This one is from 11 minutes after midnight, 1.28, 8.9 kilometers down, a 0.59 in magnitude, 8.6 kilometers down, 8 minutes after midnight, and a 0.73 from 9.2 kilometers down from yesterday at 23:38. And moving up a little bit, we see a 0.7, 10.6 kilometers down from 1630. And next is a 0.45, 5.5 kilometers down from 541. And here's a little group. We'll take a look at those. A 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down, 1528. 1.8 from a half a kilometer down, or 500 meters down, from 1232. Next one is a 1.99, and that is 194 meters down. And that is from 1232, and there's a couple together here, and that is a 0.9 from 1.7 kilometers down, 1348, and 1.58, 1 kilometer down from 1227. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. This one is from 10:17 a.m., 0.52. 972 meters down. Meters, not kilometers. Yeah, there we go. And moving over a little bit, and this is Hekla, and we do have a couple near it, but not anything major. 0.6, 4.7 kilometers down from 3:10 a.m. The other one is from 6:46 a.m. A 0.92, 7.4 kilometers down. We don't see anything at Eyjafjallajökull or Katla, and we don't see anything at Grimsvatn or Bardabunga. We do see a few little ones around Askja, and that is a 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down from 1322. 0.12, 687 meters down from 4:35 a.m. This one is a 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down from 1848. And this one is a 0.25 from 5.6 kilometers down, 1125. And the 0.2, 4.1 clicks down, and that is from 1525. And then over here, a little further away, we got a 0.66, 8.4 kilometers down from 1127. Moving up to ahead of the bright, and we've got a 0.01, very small, 6.7 kilometers down, 3:31 a.m. And this one from 1304, a 0.5, 5.7 kilometers down. Next one is a 1.15 in magnitude, 2.6 kilometers down, 47 minutes after midnight. A 0.23, let's try that again. 2.8 kilometers down from 1:59 a.m. From 4:56 a.m. we had a 0.29, 2.2 clicks down for that guy. Did we get that 0.4? 6.2 kilometers down, 9:41 is the time on it. And sneaks under. What are you doing under my desk? Piggy, quit chewing at my kneecaps. 9:13 a.m. we had a 0.47, 3.2 kilometers down. This one is a 1.82, 9 kilometers down from 9:41. And then we've got a little bit of a mess here. Let's pick these four first, or three. 1.51, 6.1 kilometers down, 2 minutes after 4 a.m. This one 6.23, 6:32 in the morning. 0.58 magnitude, 4.4 kilometers down. I'll get it right. 4:22 a.m., 0.5 in magnitude, 6.6 kilometers down for that guy. Yeah, the 1.15, 6.1 clicks down as well. 0.67, 4.3 kilometers down from 1050. And then moving over a little bit, we see a 1 in magnitude, 10.5 kilometers down. 8:21 is the time on that. 3:50 a.m. we had 0.41, 11.8 kilometers down. And then over here we had a 1.17, and that is 12.5 kilometers down from 23:43 from yesterday. And this one was from 20:40 yesterday, 1.99, and that was 11.7 kilometers down. We've only got 2 left to go here. A 0.9, 5.6 clicks down, 8:01 a.m. and a 1.9, 2.6 clicks down from 16:34. That's it for our quakes for Iceland, you guys. And that's all it wrote. And choose on mic cable. Don't chew the mic cable. Oh, Piggy, that's expensive stuff. And by the way, that is an electric microphone, so you will get a shock if you do bite into it. Don't do that. You're going to hurt yourself. We're going to have a premature bacon. Whoops. Did I say that out loud? Oh my God, we're going to end up with bacon. Let's turn the lava back on, and let's get the archive stuff. Piggy, don't bite that cable. You're going to get zapped. It's got like voltage in there and charges at Dr. Fox. Oh, yeah, sure. Anyway, I'm going to leave that on. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, please give it a quick bop. And for those who haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. Living dangerously, Dr. Fox. Yep, kneecaps, mic cords, everything. Very dangerous, John. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling and giggling. Oh, I think it's working now. Is it working now? All right. I think it's working now. Okay. Thank you for the welcome backs. What happened to my microphone? Oh my God, somebody chewed up the wires. Thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto and John and Jane and Mars and Sue and Alba and Oops. And she's a great detective. Okay. Anyway, thanks, Kevin, as well. And Sharon Stewart going, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, and some shenanigans. Thank you, Piggy. Anyway, a little bit of fun there. All right, it's all good. We have duct taped everything back together. By the way, don't ever use duct tape on any of your electrical connections. That is not a smart. Most duct tape is conductive. It has a metal in it, so don't use duct tape for your electrical connections. Use only proper electrical tape. There we go. Oh, anyway, welcome back, everyone. I'm glad. Yeah, that's the stuff. The duct tape. It can have metal in it, and you don't want to be doing that. I've actually seen people use it. Use fish tape. Yeah. Okay, Piggy. Anyway, I've seen people use it and actually start fires. They've burnt down their house with it, which is really kind of neat when you consider that, thankfully they had insurance. I wouldn't want anyone to lose their home because of something foolish. Are you for real? Yes, Piggy, I am. Most duct tape contains metal product, very conductive material, but it is not something you want to use for your electrical wiring. So don't use duct tape for electrical connections at all. That is a no-no. Big no-no. It's a very good way to have a shocking experience. Yep, electrical tape for electronics and electrical things. I know it does, but people putting on, Put it on wiring. Piggy, if you see that, you tell them that they're going to burn their house down. They'll get a little electrical shock. You tell them to put that on there and grab it. They'll smarten up in a hurry. Don't allow that. I will move. Oh. Yeah, stay out of arm's reach when they start flopping around like a fish out of water. You don't want to be there. Dehan Experience is back. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Duct tape is useful for some things. Yeah, Alba Girl, we refer to it as 100-mile-an-hour tape or 200-kilometer-an-hour tape if you want to do it in metric. Works real good. I do the wiring in my house, so we're safe. Excellent, Piggy. And anyway, let's carry on. We did our earthquakes and everything already. We had a look at what the general idea is there in Iceland. Nothing popping just yet. Keeping fingers crossed, hoping we'll see something go in the future. Anyway, let's pop over to the Azores real quick, since we're on the mid-Atlantic ridge moving downward. And we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. There's one of the villages. There's that harbor without all that bright light. It's not dark yet, so the lights aren't reflecting or messing up the camera. Unable to see Pico Island because it is very cloudy. Well, you can kind of see it. And the Pico volcano was right in there somewhere. And again, covered with clouds, so hard to see. This, of course, is our cove area that we watch and take a look at, see how much white water we've got, to see how rough the ocean is. I can't really tell right now. We do see some waves coming in there, I think, but nothing really super big, at least not that we can tell from looking at these shots here. And let's see if we have any quakes, anything new or fresh. And no, nothing. The last one was on the 12th on the island of St. George. We'll use the other one though, the other map, and we'll refresh that one. And let's see, hit the refresh button and get rid of the commercials as soon as they pop up. And there we go, and look, and we do have two. So let's have a quick look, and there's one beside Tercera, and that is 1 hour and 2 minutes ago. A 2.0 came in at 1926 UTC, surface quake, and that is a little ways away from Tercera, but there's the volcano at Tercera that is labeled as a yellow. And that's where the quake is. So moving down though, we did see another quake way down here out in the middle of nowhere, another 2.0. That one is 5 kilometers down, came in at 2032, and that's about all there is to that area, and nothing else showing. Of course, and that is the mid-Atlantic ridge going along here, East Azores fault. And we'll zoom that back out a little bit more, a little too far actually, and that gives us a better idea. You can see Iceland up there, and of course Portugal and Spain, France, England, Ireland over there, and Sue over here in Nova Scotia waving at us from Cole Harbour, and that's all cool. So really good. Let's see. What Dr. Fox permission to share link to DHAN experience. Yeah, go ahead, share a link if you need to there, Gary. Thanks for asking. Go for it. Is it a good link? Is it something nice? What are you sharing? I want some too. Does it come in ice cream flavors? I want ice cream. Anyway, that is what we've got, so we'll leave that be, and we will move over to our next wonderful volcanoes, and that will be our Popocatépetl, and of course the other ones, which will be Fuego. Let's see, let's get it on Popocatépetl. There we are. Looking at the Popocatépetl, we do see it, and it is kind of a cloudy day there. Poor visibility in that area from the looks of things, so very difficult to tell what's actually coming out of the volcano. We do know that it was continuing to off-gas from what we did see in between spots here. Let's see, there you can kind of see some of that plumage coming out of there from earlier. This is a good indicator of what was coming out, 8:06 a.m. And we go back a little bit more. We do see where we had a pretty good start to it. And let's see if there was any lava visible if we go back a little bit more. Yeah. Just trying to stick that back, the genie back into the bottle, if you will. And there we go. Wanted to see if that popped out. Now, I noticed sometimes it doesn't come out very quickly at all, and that is really taking its time. So whatever it is doing, it's really not erupting swiftly. And I think we can kind of go back and leave it, motor ahead here a little bit. There we go. So very slow plumes, and then of course off-gassing. And let's see what else we got. Earlier on, we did have another one of those right around here. You can see where it started out. Again, very slow in movement. This is at 6:12 a.m. And if we expedite it by going ahead 5 seconds at a time here, you can see in 5 seconds it really hasn't moved very much at all. So very slow this morning from the looks of things. And I was trying to find the golden moments. I couldn't really see too much. This is at 5:47 this morning, and then prior to that we were in the night mode yet. And there you can. I thought for a second we could see some lava. There were a couple little sparkles of lava in there, but there's some stars in the background or satellites going by, and that's a little confusing back there. Yep, there's a tab of lava, just one little spot. Nothing major going on there at Popo, so we will leave that be. I didn't see anything during the night. I did check. Beautiful stars in the background though, and of course they are only 1 frame per second on that, and that is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Some of you may have seen that I did post about the meteor that fell last night over top of Popo Cantipetl. I think around 250 people have watched that video, so it is what it is. It was kind of interesting to see that. And again, unfortunately, because it is only 1 frame per second that they're grabbing, you could actually only see it within 3 frames itself. And the start one was very, very small. You could just see a barely little tiny spot where it started entering the atmosphere. The second one, or middle one, was the better shot, as you can see it coming in and basically popping. You could kind of see it like an arrow. And then of course the end shot, you'd really have to look for it, but you could see in that third shot there was basically it likely heading back out of the Earth's atmosphere. I think it grazed us, as basically what it did. Let's see, meteor clip was cool. Okay, cool clip. Okay, cool. And it was still an amazing catch. It was brilliant. Thank you. Yep, I stayed up all night watching, and that's the only thing I could find, other than a few little sprinkles of lava. Anyway, let's put that back onto live. This is the present condition at Popo Cantipetl. And we'll go to the next place of interest. And of course, they have a volcano gray there. It's a fine color, except for I don't like it. Backing up about almost 7 hours ago before we could see anything, there at 8:07 a.m. we seen a fair-sized plume coming out of our wonderful Fuego, which is in Guatemala. And unfortunately, we don't see the mountain itself. If we go back a little bit earlier, we could see it. It was indeed still there. It wasn't just some alien ship with bad exhaust. And thanks for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. And that is what we had there at 7:09 a.m. And going back a little bit more, we tried to get into the golden times here. Some little puffs coming out. And there you can see it. I'm pushing it ahead 5 seconds at a time just so you can see. It was puffing a little bit and not doing a heck of a lot. So hopefully it'll be okay. And we go back into a little earlier yet. We see that it was just out of the clouds. And you can see a little bit of a glow. The candle is lit, kind of. And that is what we were seeing earlier. Prior to that, it was hit and miss with the cloud work during nighttime, and this, of course, is one of the shots there from 3:51 a.m. Anyway, oh, and that was a bug. That wasn't a meteor. Yeah. You want to see that again? We'll watch that bug fly by. From there it goes. Yep, definitely it's a bug or it was an alien. One of the two. What do you think? I'm betting it was a bug. High altitude bug at that. Anyway, let's put it back on live. We might be able to see something. Oh, through the clouds. Oh, each bug's num num. Excellent. Okay, let's take a look at one more volcano here. And of course, this is Messiah Volcano in Nicaragua. And that is what it looks like from this morning at 10:29 a.m. If we refresh, we should be able to see it got worse. Yes, so off-gassing. And that is it. Yeah, careful, Piggy. Some of those bugs from Central America will get you all woozy and everything. No, powdery. Yep, careful. Those Central American bugs can be very, very nasty. They can make you go funny. You know, like, I don't know if you've ever had that experience, but they can. Anyway, let's leave that one be. Did I make that smaller? No, I got to though, and that one is okay. We'll go over to the next one. My cousin will take care of them. That is awesome. That, of course, is right now, and or is it? No, apparently that's stuck. Why is that stuck? That shouldn't be stuck. And there, it's unstuck. Anyway, that is Merapi. And Merapi did have some happy times here just this morning. Very poor visibility, lots of cloud in the way, as you can see in the foreground. They do have the camera set in color mode, and we do see it flowing down the hill. So that is what we've got going on there. And it's still producing quite a bit of lava, which is awesome. What? Duct tape? It's duct taped. Yeah, 2 minutes of warning. Thank you. All good. Anyway, that is what we're seeing coming out. And that is a few minutes ago. So that's not that long ago. I guess about 8 minutes, or sorry, 6 minutes ago. So that wasn't bad. Like seeing that little bit of lava. Definitely worthy of taking a peek at and seeing it go down the hill. Even if there is a lot of cloud in the way, it still does show us the activity. A rings bell for Kermit to make coffee. And I heard Kermit likes bugs too. Maybe give Kermit the bug as a treat for making coffee. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Oh, Piggy? That would be good. Anyway, yeah, it is time to go take a break, you guys. So we'll revisit the rest of Merapi after what I gotta feed him. Okay, and just make sure you pry everything off of the duct tape before you give it to him. It is time for a break. For those good people who are here, if you haven't hit the like button yet, please do consider hitting the button. Also, give it a thumbs up while you're doing that, and don't hit the other one. And also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, if you feel that we've earned it, please do give it a quick bop there as well. And on that friendly note, I'm going to put you back on some canned lava. And that is, of course, a vintage archived footage from Siggy Fisher and we will be back after the break with our wonderful bacon seeds and then the mystery volcano. And everybody better pay attention to the mystery volcano with the hills in front of it, because that is very, very important. As soon as you say the wrong one, you will realize that, oh, hang on, there's no hills in front of it. I'll be back, and don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Keep smiling. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy, and Tanto and Sue and Alba and Jane and Mars 2028 and Kevin and Teresa and let's see, I think I got everybody. Hobby is eating Easter eggs, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thanks, John. And there we go. Got everyone covered, and we're good for right now. Eating chocolate Easter eggs, huh? I still have lots of those. I haven't eaten too many. Been kind of careful with and not trying to consume too many all at once. Although they are very tasty, it is dangerous. Anyway, it causes fatness. Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, let's get over to our wonderful bacon seeds. Since I've stopped the volcano in its tracks, this one was the last one we seen from yesterday, and of course that is a little snout sticking over a top of the bathtub, and you gotta love it. Anyway, Piggy has sent us some more, so let's see what Piggy has sent us for today, and these are all from Piggy. And of course, this is the first one. One enjoying himself with his teddy bear right behind him, and that is very nice to see. Awesome teddy bears. And this one is I don't know, what is this babushka on top of this thing's head? It's cute, but I have to wonder. He looks like he's not amused to be wearing it. Dr. Fox, I told you not to eat them all in one sitting. Yeah, I'm not going to save them. I still have lots left, so I'm good. I'm probably good for another month or so. Anyway, next is another one with a funny hat, and they look cute and looking at them. Gotta love that. Yep. What? It would be 10 times harder for you to stay away from those chocolates if they were Pepsi flavored. Mars 2028. No, I don't believe that. I think it's just as hard. Yeah, the ear warmers were cute. This one is kind of a neat looking piglet. And I don't know if that's fun fur or a white sheep or dog or something that it's leaning on, but it's got a smile no matter what, so it's enjoying itself. Our next bacon seed is this guy. And turn that back on, turn this off. Okay, there we go. And that one is leaning over a pinkish colored carpet, and looks like he's having a nice rest there. Comfy. That's what it's all about, being comfortable, and I like it. Next one is this one, and Piggy is going out with a pink bow. Not sure where she's heading, but there she is. It's awesome. Anyway, let's get to our next one. These are some racing ones. They're out there getting ready for their races out in the field. Ballet Hell? Oh, okay. Not sure where they're off to, but looks like there's a bunch of them, and they look skinny, and they need more food. Hopefully they can find some grazing in the field there. And what's this one sniffing at? It must be smelling some food somewhere. And nice shirt, painted toenails, and I wonder where that one is headed. Maybe the kitchen table? Oh, you never know. All right, second last one. Ah, nice picture. Beautiful smile. You gotta love that. Snuffling for snuffling the chocolate. Aha, sniffing the chocolate. I like it. This is an awesome one, and that is very, very cute. Even the one in the background there is smiling as well. So, very, very nice, clean piggies. They don't need any hogwash or anything. And we will get to our next one. Ballet High. Ah, okay. Let's take a look at the last bacon seed for today, and that is these guys, and they look like they're enjoying themselves out and about, smiling and snuffling and looking for things. Yep, no hogwash required. These guys even look fairly clean today, so I think they're just out enjoying their day, and that is awesome. So let us leave our wonderful pigs for today, and they are awesome, wonderful bacon seeds as always. Thank you very much, Piggy, spying on us like Thistle. Okay, Thistle, are you spying? Be a good Thistle. Mystery volcano. Oh my God, you don't want to look at that, do you? Now, remember what I said, you guys, the mystery volcano. You got to be very careful. There is a hill in the foreground. I want you to remember that. Before you give a guess, consider the hill in the foreground. And make sure that you get that right. Because it could be somewhere that you think you got right, but you're not. Anyway, there is our mystery volcano. This fox is silly. Oh yes, oh yes. Barbara Hunter says Katla. No, it is not Katla. Sorry, it is definitely not. It's not Siggy Fisher. No, it is not Siggy Fisher. Oh, consider that those hills in the front. Well, where do you see those? Where do you see those hills? Come on. No, that's not Mauna Loa. No. Consider the hills. Kevin Haynes is saying Ragnar. Kevin, yeah, I'll give it to you. It is a Ragnar. It's not Cumbre Vieja. It's Ragnar. And if you look at the hills very properly, the one on the right-hand side in the foreground is indeed Theater Hill. And the one that they took the picture off of would be over here on the side of Ant Hill. And if you look down on the bottom right-hand side is, hang on, I'm going to sneeze. I know. I'm allergic to the air outside. I've been sneezing all day. Sorry. If you look down on the bottom right-hand side, you can actually see that, thank you, the lava that breached over the center portion between Theater Hill and Ant Hill. And that is all good. Anyway, that is awesome. So we'll give Kevin the cookies, I guess. Who else was it that was guessing prematurely earlier that said it was Ragnar? I think that might have been, I don't know if that was Kevin. There was somebody else that said that. Not sure who it was. Was it John? Might have been John. I don't know if he had mentioned it, but I want to, yeah, it was John. So, John, because you were kind of sort of right there, even though you were premature as far as your guessing, I will give you a stack of cookies too. And there you go. Anyway, yep, I said Ragnar too. Okay, Jane, you can have some cookies too. Okay. And I'm gonna have to charge extra next time around, though. There we go. Anyway, we'll do that. Let's get that guy off the screen. And that is a nice looking shot, though. I do have to admit, of Ragnar. It is really a nice shot. I do like it, even without the big banner in front. Oh, that shot is with the banner. Let's see if we can do it without. Get rid of the banner. There. And that is indeed nice. I do like that. That's an awesome shot. So, all good. Anyway, let's head back over to our Merapi and see if Merapi was continuing to make us happy. We are still about 6 minutes back from real time on Merapi, but it has been putting out a reasonable amount of lava over the course of the evening there, and of course it's 4 a.m. now there if we go back a ways. And I gotta sneeze again. I'm allergic to something. I got my window wide open. That's probably why. Allergies. I think. We'll see if I sneeze. Good thing I got Kleenexes. Anyway, yeah, more bacon coming down the hill. This was at 2:16 a.m. their time, so definitely worthy of having a look at that, even though it was a little bit, antihistamines. No, I'm allergic to antihistamines, and they make me sneeze, Piggy. I'm kidding. Anyway, yeah, allergic to ash, possibly, or higher levels of SO2, that too. Anyway, nice bacon coming down the hill, and as I've mentioned before, this canyon has really filled up with lava, and of course it's basically filled up and cooled off, not moved too fast, and built up and more and more and more, so that effusive lava comes down. If it's not moving very quickly, it will hang on, I'm gonna sneeze again maybe. I don't know. Give me a second here. Okay, I hate when that happens. Darn it. Anyway, now my ears popped. Ha! We'll fix that. Okay, going back earlier in time though, we did have some more of those wonderful flows, and we can see those right around here, 1:10 a.m. and you can see it moving along and down the hill. Got lots of bacon bits this time. Yep, a good flow coming from it. And it would be awesome to have a drone sitting up here filming that coming down the hill. I think that'd be really super cool, especially where it starts to split up and break out, where that effusive material has filled up that canyon, and it is now making a wider delta, if you will, and really awesome to see that. So every time it comes down, it's a pretty nice looking. Unfortunately, night views, of course, are always difficult unless you're right close up there. And let's see, Patty Klein, welcome. And let's see what we got going on there. Patty Klein, where are you from, Patty Klein? You're a brand new channel. Makes a person wonder. Okay, I'm not sure where you're from. Pella, where is Pella? I have no idea where Pella is. Pella is 1 degree. IA, is that as in Iowa? Okay. Interesting. Okay, we find that brand new channels are sometimes very suspicious of what we typically have difficulties with. So mind your P's and Q's. We have some moderators that are very quick. St. Nicholas Church. Well, we're not interested in churches here. So rule number 3, okay? And in the description. But anyway, let's carry on here. We will show some more of the wonderful lava flowing down the hill, if we can find a reasonably good burst here. This one was in black and white though, just as they zoomed in a little bit on it, and that will come up there in a second. There we go. And we can see again how it is spreading out further and further as far as the delta is concerned down there. We'll see a little bit more of a burst come out of here, and they did, I guess, zoom in a little bit more. They're not showing the color camera at that point, the switch between the color and the black and white. And of course, as you can see, this one is 9 kilometers away. The other one is only about 7.6 kilometers or something like that. And let's see if we advance this slightly. If we, there, well, that's the start of the bigger ejection or eruption. Let's push that forward. There you can see more bacon coming down the hill. All right. I thought it was a little heavier than that. Oh yeah, we're not there yet, that's why. It will, it's, I think this might be the start of it, where it gets really flowy. A few more seconds, and we'll see. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And yeah, it got quite bright, so that would have been a pretty awesome little eruption there. And that, of course, then in turn dumps a bunch of hot, gooey, effusive lava down the hill. And you can see it moving along very nicely here. Quite a bit of it this time around. So not just a little, it's quite a large amount. And we see that moving along quite nicely. And yeah, that whole hillside is covered. So when we see that, that's a larger amount. And very interesting to see. And that, of course, would have made it down the hill a whole bunch further. And it kind of makes a person wonder, you know, is this thing going to crank it back up some more? And we will see more lava flows coming out of it. It did go kind of quiet for a few days here, so it wasn't doing as much as it was when it initially had its larger eruptions at the beginning of its cycle here. But starting to see some of those ejections or eruptions be a little bit heavier, and I don't know if it's the mechanisms underneath the pipes have been cleaned out and allowing more magma through, or what the scoop is. But there you go. You basically see what's happened, and it's flowed down to a certain degree, and then it's kind of stalled out. And that is what our effusive lava really does. It gets going, it has good momentum, and cools very, very quickly. And once it gets to a certain point, the viscosity is such that it slows right down, stops in place, and then cools. So crystallizes, does its thing. Anyway, that is what we've got there. Prior to that, we did see mostly cloud work, so I'm not going to battle with the clouds. We'll leave this, put it back on live, and that is back to a present time at 4:27 a.m. there. And again, we can see in the color mode that there is still lava continuing to flow down, so it hasn't quit by any means. We'll leave Mount Ruapehu in central Java B, and we will move on to our next volcano. And of course, that is the one we can't see. There we go. Okay. Now we see what is happening there at our wonderful Mount Ruapehu, which is not a heck of a lot. Good night, Alba Girl, sorry, not Alba Girl, Adele, my bad. I seen Alba Girl and then I read that and I mixed up the two. Sorry, Adele, good night, Adele, and Alba Girl, don't go away yet. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. Okay, just had to undo that. 1 minute to a break time. Yep. Anyway, not much that we can see there right now at Ruapehu. Let's go over to the chart for Taupo, and we'll do that real quick, and then it'll be break time. Taupo, as mentioned yesterday, we've seen the activity drop down, and it has stayed down. So very little going on there right now. Not going to dwell on this one. We'll leave that be. And there is Taupo, and the caldera for Taupo is the entirety of the lake. You can actually see Mount Ruapehu in the background there. Not this hill, but the one behind it. That is Mount Ruapehu. This, of course, in New Zealand. This shot is brought to you courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center. And that is the view that you get if you got one of the rooms on the lakeside. On that friendly note, it is time for a break, you guys. And we will come back and we will take a look at our wonderful, let's see, Merapi. No, we did Merapi. And we will look at, oh, what is it? That other one. Semeru. Let's get rid of the Ragnar picture. Put you back onto a Siggy Fisher footage. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That would be awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. Here comes some music. Okay, I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Alba Girl and John and Jane and Mars and our wonderful Kevin Haynes and Teresa and Hermione and Fluffy. And where's that? I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Oh, I hurrah you, Doctor. I got it wrong. I hurrah you, Dr. Fox 2000. I do that correctly. Okay, got it. The snout scared them. Okay, Piggy. Oh, you do your job well, Piggy. Yep, well, it can happen. Anyway, not the goddess Hera, my bad. All right. Well, I have no idea what the goddess Hera sounds like or looks like either, so I will leave it as that. Anyway, let us park our lava in mid-eruption. There we go. And we will go and very quickly switch over to see what's going on there. Oh, darn it, I missed it. We were just about there. Let's back that up 10 seconds and see it again. There you go. And we can even make that bigger. Back it up 15 seconds again here. And let's see what that looked like. That was actually not a bad looking little eruption. And there we go. Little sploosh of lava coming out. And some bacon bits down the hill. Kimmy Lambert is here. Welcome, Kimmy. Glad to have you on board. Nice to see you. Anyway, that is what's happening at Semeru. It's pretty awesome. It did have a few puffs earlier as well. Nothing really super major going on there, unfortunately. But we do have a couple spots there where it did produce a little bit of material coming out. Let's see if I'm in the right spot. Should be just about right there. Just going ahead by a couple of seconds here. There it is. It poked out. Not very big on that one, but it has been doing its thing. So we know it is still active, but relatively quiet for what we see, unfortunately. And let's see if we can go back a little bit further. It was very hazy there, though. So we likely missed a bunch of them. And let's see if we can find where they had the other ones here. There's one here. Let's get to that one. That should be right around here somewhere at 1:55 a.m. Oh, and that's not playing. That doesn't work. There. And now we got time progressing. There it is. And that one was a little bit bigger, but not by much. And of course you can see some more bacon bits coming down the hill. So yeah, who turned off the lights? John. I don't know. Anyway, that is what was going on there at 1:55. A little bit of splooshing up, if you will. And then there was another fairly decent one here earlier I was trying to get to. Where is it? Just before, or well, just as they changed the camera view over. Should be around here somewhere. Let's see if I can get to it. Back up a little bit more. Okay, so right around there you'll see the ejecta shooting upward, and that wasn't too bad either. Again, not very large. Those eruptions are maybe 20-30 meters out of the top of the caldera, and not very high. That one did leave a little bit of bacon bits coming down the hill, so awesome. And let's see, there was some more here earlier, I think. This one was actually from far away, then they zoomed into it, and that was right after that they zoomed in. So kind of cool to see. If we go ahead about 5 seconds at a time here, just to expedite it, you can see the plume did get fairly large on this one, and I think it got quiet on us after that for a little while. When did they zoom in? Oh, they are zooming in now. Not when, but there. Okay, at 45 minutes after midnight is when they zoomed into it. But at that point, the good explosion / blast was already over, unfortunately. So not much going on there, and that is what we see at Semeru. It is active. It is doing its thing. It continues to flow and do all of what it needs to. Prior to that, we had some interesting times. One of the things that you notice, you don't notice it in this shot, but if I go to the other shots there, very bright in the background, and that looked kind of neat. Kind of awesome to see that. I like it. But anyway, prior to that, of course, we had very poor conditions of visibility, and this is kind of it there. So in other words, yeah, we couldn't see a darn thing, and that is unfortunate. So we will leave it there, and that is about it for Semeru today. I like I'm like a burger place, in and out. Oh, okay. Wow. Lizzoid burgers, eh? What do lizzoids taste like? Chicken? I've never had a lizard before. I wonder what they taste like. Sorry, lizzoid. I don't know. Are iguanas any good for eating? What about bigger ones like Kimura dragons? I wonder. Bacon. Oh, they're like bacon. Okay. Well, tastes like a chicken. Okay. Well, we'll leave that alone. Anyway, let's make that screen small. We'll go over to our next ones, and of course, that is our wonderful Japanese guys, where we won't be able to see a heck of a lot. Well, I shouldn't say that. We can see it. It's not bad. But the all-important part is the ice cream boat is in. So if you like to get ice cream, you can certainly get down there and get your ice cream from the ice cream boat. It is there. Actually, is that both of them there? I see one for sure. So second one might be in as well. But anyway, there is a Sakurajima volcano, and we do see it. Cook me first. Yeah. You gotta cook you. Oh, wow. Alba's running down for ice cream. Excellent. Grab me one while you're there, Alba girl. I met some of those people down there. Oh, thanks, Mary Jane. You're getting some too. Cool. And that is awesome. Let's take a look at the closer up. And there is our wonderful shot of our Sakurajima. Hard to tell with all that haze in the air, but we do see some off-gassing and some birds flying around. It is 6:48 a.m., so time for the birds to do their thing. And we will leave that. Let's take a look at the close-up cam. Really not that great of a view due to the haze and everything, but at least you can see some of the activity. We'll leave that one be, and we'll make that small again. We're going to go over to the next one, And of course, that is a Suwanosejima. And this is a Suwanosejima in action with the smoke coming out of what appears to be the front caldera. And definitely having a smoke plume. And that is telling us it is indeed erupting. And if we go back just a little bit, we can see the start of that. Well, actually, it's the continuance of that as it's bursting out a little bit more. And that is definitely coming out of the front portion of the caldera. If we go back a little bit more, we can see even about 50 minutes ago it was still doing its thing. Actually, even further back, we see there. That is at 5:08 or 5:06 a.m. and appears that it's been doing it for a while or all night. Well, let's see how far back this is. 2:49 a.m. We definitely see it doing it there, and not sure about this time here. 1:24. Too hard to tell, really. But it does look like it may be throwing some material out. And if we back up, it was just poor visibility prior to that, so really at nighttime hard to see. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there at Suwanosejima on its island. Dr. Fox is Arizona in the background. Yes, he is, Piggy. If you want to get some sleep, you go ahead. And that is okay, Piggy. You go ahead and get some sleep. Patty Klein, which friend told you about this channel? I'm just curious. Anyway, there we have our other next one, and that is our ASO, and ASO is still producing quite a bit of SO2 and gases, and that of course is going off into the right side here and doing its thing. So good night, Piggy. You sleep well, okay, and rest, and don't let that thistle bug you, and hugs and good night. There we go, and that is what we've got. We have this on here. So anyway, let's leave that be. Actually, earlier we did see the sunrise, and it was kind of bright before, I don't know, a little bit of a silhouette, I guess. This still had the moon there. There's a thumbnail moon, if you want to call it that, or sickle of sorts. Anyway, that is what we had. Even earlier in the dark, you could see the moon zipping across there. That's the only thing you could see, and some stars, unless those are spots on my screen. I do see some there, so little stars, and that might be a spot on my screen. Yeah, that one is. This one isn't though. So that's all good, and we'll leave it as that. Put it back to live, and we're going to leave it there. Going to make that one smaller. Go to the next one, and this, of course, Asama. Asama is 100 kilometers, roughly 100 kilometers east of Tokyo, or sorry, west of Tokyo, my bad. East of Tokyo would be in the water. And anyway, not that good looking today because of the cloud, and of course it being fairly early there still. This is the shot from 4:16. If we go back about 6 hours ago, though, we did have the nighttime shot. You can definitely see it is off-gassing and generating SO2. Not sure which direction this camera is actually facing, so it is difficult to place judgment here as to which direction the wind is blowing, that kind of thing. But that is what we had there. This is even earlier without any of the other clouds in there, and a fair amount of stars. Looks okay, and that is at just about 11 p.m. and you can see it's continuing to off gas. So pretty awesome to see that, and we'll leave that be. Let's go back over. The ice cream boat is leaving. I hope everyone got their ice cream. You can see it right there. It's departing now. So hopefully that was okay. And I just want to check and make sure I've got all these other ones closed. Oh, I want to make that one smaller. And that one is okay. And this one, of course, the close-up shot. Really not able to see any major action at Sakurajima, so we will leave that be. And there goes the ice cream boat. I have 5 minutes. Excellent. Let's go over and see if we have anything happening at Yellowstone National Park, and see if Yellowstone is still there. Old Faithful, no, Old Faithful is not happening right now, unfortunately. But for anyone who is in here, if you haven't gone into the Yellowstone site, they do have their camera working again, which is really nice to see, or their video feed, I should say. I'm sure the cameras were working. It's just the video feed was off for a couple of weeks. And nice to see, and thanks Sue for typing in Yellowstone. That's how you can get the link to that particular site. So it's a Yellowstone or Jellystone, either or. And you can definitely take a good look at it. There are over 500 geysers there at Yellowstone National Park, and most of them active. And in addition to, of course, all the other things that are there, you know, the buffalo that stomp on people, and you know, things like that. The occasional a wolf or two, and some buzzards. What else have we seen there? Eagles, and of course Sasquatches, and bears, and that should be about it. Oh, people. On occasion you do see people there when the park is open, but that is all good. And let's see, shall we get into earthquakes already? Well, we can have a sneak peek at the earthquake map before we head off to the break. Really not that much going on with earthquakes. That was of major stuff, but let's have a quick peek before we go. And the only thing that I really noticed that was out of place here is a Guadalupe area had a 5.1, and that is down here, of course, in the our big arc, if you will, on the Caribbean plate, or whatever they call that subplate there, the volcanic zone, put it that way, for this quake anyway. That could definitely generate something. And then the other one was over here at Barbuda, Antigua, and that is 5.2. That happened at 3:49 this morning. 25.8 kilometers down, whereas this one is 104.1 kilometers down, 522 for this guy. And I thought they were kind of sizable, a little bit odd to see them there. The other one that is of interest to us, of course, is this one up here. This is Jan Mayen up in this area. This one, of course, being on that mid-Atlantic ridge. And we previously had that undersea eruption here that gave all that SO2 gas off. So to see another earthquake in the area is interesting. It is a 4.4, and it says it was 10 kilometers down, came in yesterday at 2020. And yeah, so that is pretty interesting. There's also another one that we barely ever see, and that is right up at the top there. You can almost not see it. That's at the North Pole, and that is interesting. It won't show up, and I've tried to click on it earlier. It won't come because the map doesn't work that well. Let's see. Oh, will it do its thing? Yeah, you've not selected the map. Sure. Give me a hard time about the map, huh? Anyway, you can see there was one that is right there, and that is technically the Mid-Atlantic Ridge as it goes up over the North Pole. And if you kind of take a look, you can see the lines are kind of pulling it down. You can see the lines on either side, the red lines over here as well as over on this side. And that, of course, gives you the top of the Eurasian plate. And it's always neat to kind of see that. Yeah, Santa tripped and fell down. That could be what it is. I am not 100% sure there, Tom, but maybe has something to do with it. Anyway, we will come back to this map after the break, and for right now, we'll put you back on the lava. Actually, I think I'm going to, because this can wasn't all that big, I'm going to have to back it up just a little to keep that going. And make sure we have enough in there. Ran out for gas. Oh, yeah, possible. Anyway, for those good folks who are here, please do consider hitting the like button if you haven't done so already. And yeah, we'll do the volcano report when we come back from the break. That would be good too. And then we will get into the earthquakes. Thanks for reminding me, Sue. And that's always something that I don't have written down here. I gotta figure how to make sure I get that in all the time. Anyway, we do have it, so we will make sure we read that first when we come back from the break. On that friendly note, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, still sitting out in the Lurkers Lounge wondering about should we subscribe, do consider doing that if you are enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm your host, and I will be back. Yeah, I'm your host. Who am I? DrFox2000, of course. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Depends on how long. It's not Ragnar, that's Siggy. Yay, Siggy. Echo, echo, echo. The bot is here. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Albergirl and Sue and Kevin. And I'm sure they'll see it in a second there. I'm waiting for the I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. I'm sure she's there. Clunk, stomp, clap, twang, boo. There we go. Thanks for the welcome back, Hermine and Fluffy and Mars. And there it is. I hear you, DrFox2000. Okay, that was more melodious. Ta-da! Oh, too much fun. Hey, anyway, it's time for the volcano report, according to Sue. So we better do that before she gets mad. No, she spends a lot of time putting it together. So I do have that obligation, or I feel I have that obligation to make that happen. And I'm very happy that she does indeed do this for us. So that is very awesome. Anyway, late Saturday's volcanic activity, 6 volcanoes. And of course, Shivelish and the Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia. Volcanic ash seen in satellite imagery at to 38,000 feet. 11,600 meters, reported at 1745. And next one is Sangay in Ecuador. Volcanic ash seen on satellite imagery to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 1830. And there's your Reventador. There in you can rent your doors in Ecuador, and that's a volcanic ash not seen in the satellite because the volcano was rented by someone at 2015. Anyway, Popocatépetl in central Mexico, frequent volcanic ash emissions seen in satellite imagery at 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2230. And I'm wondering, how do they get that satellite to be all over the place at 2230? Ibu in what is it? Indonesia. Ibu in Indonesia. Discrete volcanic ash. Shh, it's very quiet volcanic ash to 6,000 feet at 1,800 meters, reported at 2,300. And Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions reported at 2330. Those satellites must zip around real quick. Anyway, we have next our Sunday activity for volcanoes, 12 of them. And of course, we will start out with a continuation of Shivelish up there on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Volcanic ash continuously observed on the satellite imagery. Hey, they told us they couldn't see it before. 17,000 feet or 5,200 meters, reported at 15 minutes after midnight. Volcanic ash seen in satellite imagery to 38,000 feet at 11,600 meters, reported at 6:45 a.m. And then we've got Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. Volcanic ash to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 30 minutes after midnight. Volcanic ash also reported or observed to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 6:30. Suwanosejima erupted to 4,000 feet or 1,200 meters, reported at 3:15 a.m. Hey, we've seen that. And Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, and that is from 3:15 a.m. Ibico in Parameter Islands and the Kuril Islands, south of Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. observed, eruption observed to 10,000 feet, 3,000 meters at 3:45 a.m. Dakono in Indonesia as well. That's Ibu's buddy. Discreet. Oh, they're being quiet over there on that island. Shh, discreet. 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters at 4:15 a.m. And there we go. That's the discreet stuff. We're not supposed to talk about it, I guess. Very quiet. Sangay in Ecuador. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 6 a.m. New volcanic ash emissions to 27,000 feet, 8,200 meters, reported at 15:15. Oh, there's that Reventador. Reventador in Ecuador. Reventador in Ecuador is possible volcanic ash emissions observed to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 7 a.m. and continuing to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 1,300. Ibu. I guess the quiet zone is off. Frequent volcanic frequent intermittent volcanic ash to 6,000 feet at 1,800 meters at 7:30 a.m. I guess it's not quiet time anymore. And they don't have to be discreet. And then observed again to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters at 13:30 this afternoon. Next one on our list, Popocatépetl. A constant volcanic ash emission observed to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 9:30 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect it because it's moved and it's gone to Brazil. No, I'm kidding. It's still there, but they can't see it. 11:15 a.m. is when it went missing. Anyone know the whereabouts? Please contact the volcanic societies right away and let us know where you find it. Santiaguito and Guatemala, new volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1,500. So yeah, be on the lookout for Sabancaya. It used to be in Peru. It's now missing. Anyway, unable to detect it. It's gone into stealth mode. That's it for our volcano report. Thank you very much, Sue. Appreciate you sending that in every day. I know it takes time to put it together, so I do want to make sure that we are good with it. All right, let's stop our canned lava, if I can get to it. There it is. Stop that can and pop on the kettle. That was a tongue twister. A rentador? No. Reventador. Reventador. Rhymes with Ecuador. I know. It's what it is, and we're not the ones who named it. Anyway, I'm glad I caught that eruption. Oh, I wasn't even trying. Got that while it was way up off the screen. That looks pretty good. I like it. Anyway, let's pop over to our earthquake map. Really not that much in earthquakes today. Yep. Rev, vent, a door. Rev and revent a door. Revent a door? Anyway, we see everything over there on Tanaga Island. Where's Tanaga Island? There it is. Quiet today, so maybe things are not going to happen there after all. That is in the Aleutian Islands, of course, up here in Alaska. We do have a little one there. Very small, 3.8 from 1801 yesterday, 35 clicks down. Not going to worry about that. Sliding down the coast, going wee all the way down. We do see some very small quakes. Not going to worry about those. And we get all the way down to Mexico, Central America. Nothing till we get to here. And this is off the coast of Peru, quite a ways out. That's actually on the Cocos Plate, 4.3, and that came in at 1642 yesterday, 10 kilometers down. And that is it for there. We don't see anything else until we get to the bottom of Chile. And 4.1, and 91 kilometers south of Punta Arenas in Chile. And that is the only one we see there. It is 10 kilometers down, came in at 1806 yesterday. So let's leave that one be. Let's pop over to New Zealand, see if anything is shaken there. Nothing I see. We do have this one in the Kermadec Island region, 4.8. This is yesterday's at 2323, 164.8 kilometers down. We have one up here in Fiji, 4.1, and that is 6:03 is the time on that. And that one's only 360 kilometers down. Usually they're somewhere around 500 in this area. That's a little odd. So 360 clicks. Interesting. And this is the Manda Sea, 4.3 in magnitude from 946, 416 kilometers down for that guy. We don't see anything else in the rest of Java. We do see this one in South Philippines here, 4.3 from 2:36 a.m. and 57.4 kilometers down for that 4.3. Moving up, nothing in Taiwan, but we do see this one, 4.6. Hirara, Japan, one of the islands, and that is 5:11 a.m. 10 kilometers down for that. This one is out here, Bonin Island area, 4.8 in magnitude. And that is from yesterday at 21:53, 14.4 kilometers down. Another one here at Nami, Japan. Nami. Or is that Nanu? Nami. 11:25 is the time on it. 36 kilometers down, and it's a little ways off the coast. No tsunamis or anything like that, but 4.3 nonetheless. Kuril Islands, we do see this one, 4.5 up here, and that is from today at 10:22, 125.1 kilometers down. Nothing else on the Kamchatka Peninsula area. Sliding over a little bit, looking at the other areas, we don't see anything else there, and nothing down here. We did have those two, I think, the South Indian Ridge. I think we did see those yesterday. One was 10 clicks down for that 5.0. The other one was a 5.9 from yesterday at 9:01, 10 kilometers down as well. So both of those were there. They're already aged, and we'll leave them. We had those ones, and of course we looked at the movement. Because of these extra quakes, we could sort of see the movement, and that other quake in Turkey went. So that is it. So the only other ones that were of a big concern, of course, is this one, 5.1 in Guadalupe area, and again 104 kilometers down, 5:22 a.m. and the other one there in Antigua area, Barbuda, and that's 3:49 a.m. 25.8 clicks down for that. So we'll leave those there, and we'll wonder about what's happening at the North Pole, and we'll leave that, and we'll go over to the other map, and this one is of course for the Canary Islands. The Canary Islands. Hang on. Is Mars still here? The Hawaiian, European Hawaii. Mars, I hope you heard that. Canary Islands. Anyway, 3.7 from yesterday. I think we mentioned that. 21:47 is the time on that one. And that came in at what was it, 68 kilometers down. And that is interesting. Where is that other one, 3.0? There's one there. Where is that? Oh, that's way north, up by Lisbon, and that is typically not on the map. And that is showing at 4 kilometers down, a 3.8 from 2150 today. So I don't know if they would have felt that there, but it's still 3.8, a little ways away though. Anyway, let's take a look at the rest of the Canary Islands. And we already got that guy, so not going to worry about him. That's 2 days old. Let's zoom into La Palma and see if there's anything new. And I don't see anything new. We see the 14th is the last one, so 2 days ago. And that includes that guy. That is, oh, that's actually just yesterday for him. So almost 2 days ago. But we'll leave it as that. And that is our earthquakes for today. And we haven't looked at the volcano map for a while. I'm going to refresh that one just to take a quick peek. And we'll have a look and see what it's doing. And right after we get rid of all our advertisements. And there we go. We'll zoom in just a tad. And see if there are any new volcanoes that we've missed. So nothing up here in Iceland, of course. We haven't seen anything new. We still have Terceira and São Jorge showing. And down here we've got a microvolcano. And there is Villarica. And what is it? Laguna del Mole. Laguna del Mole. Lascar is there, Sabancaya is still there, Sengay is still there, and Cotopaxi, and Reventador is still there. Cerro Negro is still there as well, Perse is still there, and of course Nevado del Ruz still doing its thing. As we go up, we do see Fernandina is still a yellow out on the Galapagos Islands. Hasn't done anything. 4 minutes to break. Thank you, Sue. Rincon del Vieja in Costa Rica still showing as an orange. Masaya considered active, and that is in Nicaragua. Talica also in Nicaragua, only a yellow though. San Miguel volcano in El Salvador is still showing as an orange. Fuego and Santiaguito there in Guatemala, and then of course you've got Popocatépetl 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. Let's see if we can zoom back out a little bit. Pardon me. And just to go over here for a second, Pele over there, West Indies, and the other one is it, what is it? Yeah, Sofia, if I said it correctly, and there we go. And then of course we are seeing our two, or we only got one there now. Yeah, we only have Kilauea. They took Mauna Loa off. Mauna Loa is no longer a viable volcano. And up here, of course, we've got Trident, Aniakchak, and the Great Sitkans, and Takawanga. And there's one more underneath here somewhere. Tanaga. And these will probably disappear in a couple of days too, if we don't see any more activity. I think I need to go to the other side of the map to keep going here. And zooming in, and we'll take a look at a couple more. And I just want to do this to fill in some time here and kind of make everyone aware of where things are. Aso is still there in Japan, so Aso, Sakurajima, and what is it, Kikai, if I said it right, Kikai is still there in orange. yellow, and of course Subanoshijima. Out here in the water, we've got Nishinoshima. There we go. Said it right. A volcano, and then that is an orange, and then of course we got Iwo Jima, and then going further south, Hai there in the Mariana Islands, and so those are still there and doing their things. Nothing in Taiwan area, of course. Taal, we all know where Taal is. It's a short. There's a Mayon, a Bulasan, Can Leon, and then we go down here. What is it? Karangatang. Ibu and Dakono right there doing their thing, and of course Leolatok, and then you got Egen, and who else is out there? Raun, Semeru, Bromo, and of course Merapi to make us happy, and Krakatoa right there, and Currency, Marapi there, and Cinnabang up here. I'm going to take a break though, and we'll leave the volcano map for another fine day, and we'll park it there. When we come back, we will get into our SO2 map, and that is a sneak peek as things have moved and changed, and as predicted, things have kind of progressed across the northern continent and heading to the east. Alberta almost clear. Same thing with BC. Don't go away, you guys. If you're enjoying the show, please do stick around. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you have not yet hit that live button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be totally awesome. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and Colin and Mars and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks Kevin and Alba Girl, and I think we got everybody. And yeah, who was it? Teresa was saying best ever volcano watching lava. And I was just thinking that actually does look pretty darn nice on the screen, that archived footage. So I like that. That is awesome. And glad you are enjoying it. And thanks, Teresa, for the welcome back. Anyway, let's park our lava temporarily, and I will stop it right there in kind of a mid-eruption, and that is awesome. And let's get over to our SO2 map, and I did refresh that, and I was disappointed to see this. Before it was only one little drop and no snowflake. Now it looks like we got thunderstorms according to these weather guessers, yet our Canadian weather guessers are saying otherwise. So I have to wonder, something wrong and fishy there. It says we're supposed to get 17 tomorrow, not 9. Makes you wonder. Anyway, let's leave that alone. I'm not going to worry about it. first thing we're looking for is any more from the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we are not seeing very much come off of there at all. We do have this heavier area still intact, and of course that is now over northern Canada and throughout Alaska, and that is what we are seeing. Of course, the smaller front, as I was predicting, is going to make its way all the way across the North American continent. That includes being down all the way to Texas now. And this is mainly SO2 gas. So that's kind of what we're looking at in the forefront. Most of the ash has kind of dissipated. The heavier areas where when it first came out, and it did drop some ash along the coast here, but as things went over the Rockies and so on, it did clean a lot of the ash out, and the stuff that went up north, of course, I'm not certain how much ash content is left in there, but a lot of it is just SO2 gas, so that's what you'll end up enjoying as it moves across the continent. So not so good. Anyway, yeah, let's take a look though, see what's happening down here in Mexico. Popocatépetl, Popo and Mexico City combined are making this, and of course that is kind of heading for our good old Florida via the Yucatan Peninsula. We do see that other stream. It's of course in coming through Oklahoma into eastern Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, those areas. So those will be seeing higher SO2 levels. And Central America, really not that bad, all things considered. Same thing goes for what's happening at Nevado del Ruiz here. We do see that plume going into the Pacific. Nothing from the Galapagos Islands. Looking a little further south, we do see kind of a funny circulation here, or a corner, if you will, of the air systems, and Sabancaya has got some of its material blown all the way across over to the Brazilian area, which is kind of weird, but we also see some of that stuff from southern portions of Chile getting back into Argentina. Pretty normal. The rest is pretty much normal SO2 levels, and nothing down really far south there. Nothing to speak of from White Isle Volcano or Melbourne's refinery. We do still see a little bit here from the coking plants there north of Sydney. Hardly anything from Tofua, and looks like Yasur, not so bad, and the stuff coming from Aoba and Agawa is kind of drifting to the south, making a funny looking shape. Not bad from Papua New Guinea, and we see Luolatok is still doing its heavy duty thing, and of course this would be Asemaru here. Most of that from our wonderful Merapi, and of course we got people population all the way along Indonesia there on the island of Java. And Jakarta, of course, being one of the bigger polluters there. This, of course, over here is Krakatau doing its thing, not quite so bad. And I'm not sure which one is actually going off here. I think this is Currency, whereas Marapi is up a little bit further, and this may be coming mostly from Sinabung up here. And Ibu and Dakono, I got back at it today. They took a little bit of a break yesterday, so that is normal. And we see that we are still seeing stuff from Mayon and Bulusan working its magic there in the southern portions of the Philippines. Taal, of course, off-gassing, and that is adding to the other pollution that is coming from Manila and the area. So that is what we've got there, and China looks pretty normal for what we see. Same thing with Taiwan. Not seeing so much coming from our wonderful Suwanoshijima, although it is noticeable in comparison to the extra stuff that is just drifting out to the Pacific. So we can see its own little extra there. So we do know that there is some. And of course, Sakurajima continuing with its onslaught of SO2 gas. I think ASO is not quite as bad. Almost, well, you can see a little bit of extra in that area. Not sure if that is dissipating a little bit more. That's Southeast Asia for you, Sophie. What's going on? Lots of air pollution. Yep, there is indeed. And we see more drifting across from China and those places. Tokyo area fairly high. Let's see if we got too much. Well, we probably have a little bit coming from Asama there, heading to the east as well. So that's kind of what we got there. And then, of course, as we mentioned with the Kamchatka Peninsula, not as much coming out. So that is a good thing. What is the North American produce a volcanic winter? Could that is no, this is not going to produce a volcanic winter of any kind, if that's what your concern is. Well, if we had a volcanic winter, I think you need, if this Kamchatka Peninsula kept on spewing out for a couple of weeks, we could have a northern hemispheric, a longer winter or cooling off period. But this really isn't moving as quickly. It's not as dense. I don't think we're going to see any changes of global temperatures or anything like that, if that is your concern. As far as ash levels, most of the ash has already dissipated or fallen out. There is probably still ash there within the plumes. If we go, that's not the page I want. By the way, that's tomorrow's study lesson. So remember, there will be a test. I did pull up today's level to see. They've got it from about 29,000 feet to 39,000 feet. They've got some ash in there, in that area, and that is heading south at 20 knots roughly. And there's your Kamchatka Peninsula. So they're not showing anything over here anymore at all, and that is probably a good thing. That's our National Weather Service showing you the volcanic ash advisory, and that's the only area that they're showing right now. So not going to worry about it. By the way, that's Pavlov, if you wanted a nice picture, and the other one not so easy, and that's Semi, and it's got some bad weather there. So that is pretty cool. Wonky Donkey, are you here? Hi to Wonky Donkey. Anyway, yeah, tomorrow Inside the Earth is what our lesson will be. We'll leave that be for right now. Let's get back over to the SO2 map and take a look at the rest of it. So yeah, Central America we got kind of worked our way around. Nothing major coming from there. We've seen Kamchatka, and India still pretty heavy, as we can see there, eastern India especially. And moving over, we do see South Africa still producing a lot of SO2 from their gold smelting. DR Congo, hardly anything there. Eruption, just a tiny, tiny bit. And we see our oil refineries, of course, in Baghdad and well, Iraq, Iran, as well as Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Looking over here at where our wonderful Mount Etna is. So I don't know how much is it coming from Etna. It looks like Etna may be the main producer, but we still have Stromboli throwing some stuff in there as well. Not much activity at Stromboli, and then a Volcano as well. And the circulation right now is keeping it very local to the bottom of the boot, and looks pretty clear in Spain, Portugal, France, most of Germany, and Holland, and Belgium. Everybody's doing pretty good. Lighter levels up there in Denmark, though, and then some in England. Nothing in Ireland. Scotland is clear as well. Most of Norway is a good half of Sweden. It's not till you get down in the lower portions there that you see any SO2. And then looking at our wonderful Iceland, looks pretty clean for right now, and most of Greenland. But we're going to see that all drift over, and then we'll see how these circulations take it and mess up the area for all of those in the eastern parts of North America, and then going across the pond. Let's get over to our weather map. We'll get that started anyway, and we'll take a look at some of the temperatures. And there we go. It looks like still up to or down to minus 20 something up in northern Alaska. I see a minus 23 there for some of the lows, 21s, so not bad. But southern areas a little bit warmer, up to 7 degrees in some spots. Not so bad. We do have 2 lows sitting off the coast here. Those are likely helping with getting rid of a bunch of that SO2. I almost think this is going to be a third low here. And if they all get going, and we'll see a difference. Zooming in real quick to Vancouver, we got about 10 degrees there. Bob out in the rock has got about 7 or 8. And then we have got some awesome temperature there. 16 degrees in a place called Edmonton. Also 16 there in Calgary. Oh, hang on, Edmonton, isn't that where I am? Yeah, sure. And we've got a 16 for Kananaskis country. You got the same temperature, but that's okay. I won't hold that against you. Anyway, Winterpeg, a little bit on the colder side at only 8. And Judy M out here has got anywhere from about 3 to about 7 degrees Celsius right now. We definitely see that the prairies are a lot warmer. We've got that warm wind blowing up from the south here. Really nice to see that, and that is awesome. Looking at the cold air, though, still infiltrating in through looks like Minnesota and those places. Chicago is getting a little cooler there at 5. Sudbury, on the other hand, 25, and that is pretty amazing. Toronto only coming in at about 19 or 20. London is sitting at about 14. Detroit at 11. And you can see how those temperatures drop. Chicago is at 5. Wow. Montreal coming in 17, 18 degrees. Quebec City is a 9. Big differences again once we go further east. We see highest temperatures about 13, 14 there in New Brunswick, and lowest end is about 2 degrees. And looking at what we've got in Halifax, it looks like about 5 or 6 or 7 roughly. And then Cole Harbour about 7 as well. Excellent, Sue, thank you. and we see minus 1 or 2 up in the northern areas there of Newfoundland, and up to about 5 or 6 on most of the rest of it. Avalon Peninsula anywhere from about 2 to 4. Looking at Labrador, we see up in the top still almost a minus 10. Down on the bottom, of course, they are getting more civilized at just above freezing. Northern Quebec, we are seeing temperatures as low as a minus 14 up there. And let's take a look at what we've got here in Portland. About 10 degrees there. Eugene about the same. Seattle only 8. And sliding down. Sacramento, a beautiful 20 degrees right now. San Jose is 17. And Sharon Stewart is only about 14 or so. That's a little bit on the colder side. I don't know why. Bakersfield 26. Let's go to LA, about 19 degrees there. Long Beach coming in at 14. And let's see, Death Valley looks horrible. You're gonna die, you're gonna die. It's a Death Valley. 34, 35, depending on where you're going. And that is pretty nasty there. Las Vegas going up to a 29 right there. Mexicali getting in at 32, and we're starting to see some real good hot temperatures there. Pardon me. Phoenix, Arizona sitting at 32 as well. 31 in Tucson, and looks like very hot down there. Moving over a little bit, Albuquerque, New Mexico, a nice 22 degrees. Not quite as hot down there in southern Texas, but still very nice. 25 in San Antonio, 23 in Houston, Austin coming in at 22, Dallas at 21. Nothing to worry about there. We see New Orleans sitting at 20, a little cool. Little Rock, Arkansas showing as a 19 there. Moving across, Tallahassee 23 degrees. Looks like Miami is about 26, but we got this cold area in here. I'm not sure why you would have that, but Orlando, though, is in the hot part at 29 or 30 degrees, about 28, 29 in Jacksonville. Atlanta is coming in at about 20, 21. Charlotte, North Carolina, 23 degrees. Grandma B's house, about 23 degrees, or about 74 Fahrenheit, if you will. And 73, 74. Nice day, I'll put it that way. 19 at Virginia Beach, depending on where you hold that mouse, 19, 20, something like that. Philadelphia coming in about 23. New York is 18, and going up to Boston, we have 11 degrees. And sliding down a little bit more, I still have a little bit of time here. Cancun coming in at 28 degrees, get your suntan. And 28 in Acapulco, pardon me, 26, 27 in Mexico City right now. That is pretty awesome. And we see some 41, oh, I see a 43 in there. Wow, 43 degrees. That's got to be today's high so far. Now, what do we got over here? 41s, no, 43 in Mexico in some places. So, yeah, a few places, actually. Do we see any 44s in here? 41, 42, no. I think about 43 is the highest we'll see. So that is still pretty warm. And yeah, we see that down there. 43 degrees. Wow. That is pretty nasty. And along the Yucatan Peninsula and the jungle areas there, we are seeing some 37s, 38s, that kind of a temperature. We'll stop at the bottom here of Central America. We do see very warm in places like Nicaragua and Honduras, and even El Salvador, Costa Rica, fairly warm, up to 30, 31 in some places, in Panama as well. And this is where we'll cut off for right now. We will go take a break. So don't go anywhere. We will finish our wonderful stuff after the break. I am going to take a 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 minute break. Don't go away, you guys. Keep smiling. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. And of course, if you haven't subscribed yet but you're enjoying the show, please consider hitting that subscribe button, as well as the bell notification, so you know when we're on. And of course, tomorrow is Monday, so we will be back to regular hours. And if C&D Boy types in VolcanoX, that'll give you the hours. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and Albagirl and Mars 2028. And thank you for the launch time, you guys, for 7 a.m. Central Time. That would be 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And 6 a.m. Pacific time, 5 a.m. Pacific time. There we go, we got it. And Mountain Time, that would be 6 a.m. Anyway, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Full Circle, Florida. Did you see that drone flying there? Which drone? Oh, the drone on the lava film? Yeah, you've seen that. There was a neat drone. They got a drone with a big light on it now for SpaceX too, when they were reconnecting the S-24 onto the booster. They were using that light. So complicated with all that time zones. Yes, Sue. Especially for those guys in Newfoundland that are half an hour out. Oh my God, that's so horrible. Anyway, let's park our lava temporarily, and that can is just about empty anyway. Okay, stop. And there we go. What happened? It jumped. Uh-oh, it started over. It started over on me. I didn't mean to do that. How come it did that? All right. Let's get back over to the weather map and continue whether we like it or not. And we did most of Mexico, seeing up to 37 degrees, 40, what was it, 43 degrees in some spots there. So that is pretty nasty. That's likely our high temps for the planet today. And we see Colombia, not quite as warm as before, but still 28, 29 down in the lower areas there. And up to about 35 degrees in Venezuela, anywhere from 33 to 35, and very muggy in there too. The outback here of the jungle area, anywhere from 29 down to about 25 degrees. Same thing goes for most of Peru, sitting in at the 29 to about 24, 25. In the jungle areas, of course, the higher elevation is going to be colder. And we'll take a look at Brazil. Some of the river valleys are very low, and they are, of course, warmer. And that is what we're getting. Not too bad though for Brazil, and 30 is about the highest what we're seeing there. Rio de Janeiro only about 23 degrees right now. Sao Paulo is about 19. Looks like Paraguay maximum about 27, and the lows down to about 20 in some spots. So that is kind of a cooled off. Very cool there in Uruguay, down to about 14 degrees in some places, and we see Paysandú is about 17 right now. Buenos Aires only 15, and we do see some warmer patches there in northern parts of our wonderful, what is that country called? What's Argentina called again? I forgot. Oh, hang on, that's Argentina. We can see the cutoff line there for the cold and warm temps. Everything below that, single digits, and getting down into the freezing marks. And some of the places and the higher elevations there in Chile. Yeah, I always find that name hard. How do you remember Argentina when you don't speak their language? I'm kidding. They're a fine bunch of people. We see this high finally doing the right thing. It's drawing down warmer air on one side
and pushing it on the other, and that low of course is helping push that warmer air down, and looks like it's not bad weather. Christchurch 17 degrees right now, down on the bottom of the South Island, up to about 18, 19. Not bad stuff along the west coast, all the way up to about 20, and we are seeing some better temperatures for them. So 16 in Wellington right now, Hastings coming in about 16 as well. Taupo, there we go, coming in at 14. A Bay of Plenty, about 17, 18 looks like, 17 over here. So not that bad. Auckland coming in at a 20, and a little warmer on some of the spots there on the peninsula. Not a bad weather altogether. Looks colder in Tasmania. Hobart only 13 right now. Coastal areas slightly warmer, but looking pretty chilly in the interior with single digits. Melbourne coming in at 13 or 12, depending on where you live there. And we see some cold temps. Canberra coming in at 7. Adelaide only about 12 or 13 as well. Getting over here to Sydney, they're a little bit better, and they're looking at about 16 or 17. And of course our lucky Oz there, she's living in a tropical Brisbane, and still about 25 degrees there. We're not seeing anything really super hot, about 28 on the hottest area there in Australia right now. The outback is definitely cooled off. Perth only about 14, 15 degrees. Looking at Fiji at 28, yeah, 27, 28. Nasty lows here though, so likely some stormy activity. We got 3 lows doing their thing, so that's going to be pulling in a bunch of weather, and that is not so good for them in that area. The Tonga and all the islands, Kermadec Ridge and that. Probably getting some nasty weather. Vanuatu, a pretty normal 28, 29, and same thing goes for most of the islands of Papua New Guinea. We see even on Papua New Guinea's main island there, up to 29 for the highs, and pretty steady temperatures right now, I think. Up to 30 in some spots there in eastern Indonesia. But not quite as hot as yesterday. The same thing goes for most of what we see here in Java and all the other little islands here. Looks like Bali might be a little bit warmer at about 27. And looking at Sumatra, anywhere from about 17 in the highlands to about 27 in the hot spots. So that is kind of what we got there. Bangkok coming in at about 28 and 29 degrees right now, so that is okay. Thank you, Sue. And about 27 or so there in Manila. Southern portions are maybe a little bit warmer there in the Philippines. Let's see, a little colder there in Taiwan today. Not quite as hot as yesterday. Kagoshima only 14 right now. We see that cold air is still pushing out of Asia onto the western side of our wonderful Japanese islands. And we see Tokyo sitting at 15. Sapporo up on the top, only 2 degrees, and minus 4 or 5 up on the hills there. And we see a nasty low. That low has got to go. Kamchatka Peninsula up in the north, it's actually warmer than it is on the south side, up to 4 degrees in some places, but the rest is doing okay. So normal stuff, yep, up to well, I guess maybe a little cooler there from looks of Sri Lanka today. Not hitting that as many 25, 26s. India certainly is warming up. and 26 there in Delhi right now. Mumbai is a little, 26 as well. Cape Town doing about 16, 17. We do see a little colder stuff over on the southeastern portions of South Africa. And central areas of South Central African areas are doing okay. Some of the temperatures are starting to go up. We are seeing 31s, 32s in there. That is awesome, and that is part of the Sahara Desert starting to warm up. A 33 there. A 35 in northern parts of, is that Nicaragua? No, sorry, not Nicaragua. Nigeria, I think, but I'm not 100% certain. But warmer there anyway. They are getting some interesting temps. A little warmer over here on the western side with 34 in some spots. Pretty awesome. Still, well, it looks like Morocco is starting to warm up. Still seeing some colder temps in Algeria here, and Tunisia, and Libya's warmed up. A little bit of cool stuff still there. Cairo is sitting at 17, 16, 17. That's a lot warmer than they've been for a while. UAE still not that hot. Oman looks like a little warmer there. And same thing with Saudi Arabia and Yemen. And because they've got that rain sitting in the middle here, that's probably what's keeping their temperature down a little bit. 18 in Baghdad. And of course, looking at Turkey, we are seeing some warmer temps. Well, at least it's not below freezing right now. Malatya 11, Adana coming in at 14, and Piggy's Place, she's got about a 16 or 17. Yeah, it says 17 here, 16 on what Sue brought up, but yep, right in that ballpark. I'll agree with it. And 14 over in Athens. Moving over to Sicily, and we see it's still quite cool there. And Redanzo coming in, according to the map, about 4 degrees or so. And what Sue brought up from the weather guessers says 6 degrees. Coastal areas, so looking a bit warmer there in the low teens. And moving up, Naples coming in at 12. Rome is somewhere around 11. So you can roam around 11. And Milano coming in about 11 as well. Looks like that heat is still kind of sitting in Portugal. And Madrid, we got 15, 16 degrees there in Madrid, 19 in Lisbon. Aurelio's place about 11 degrees. Looking at the rest of France, Tanto's place about 9, about 7 or 8 there in Paris. Munich coming in at 4, and we've got 8 degrees in Frankfurt, 9 in Cologne, and looking at about 9 or so for Yvonne Kunkel's house. About 8 degrees in Brussels. Lux has got about 7 or 8 there as well. Amsterdam coming in at about 8. Taking a quick look at Berlin, 7 degrees there. Hamburg coming in at about 7. And looking at Copenhagen, 7 degrees. Aarhus, 7 degrees. Oslo is about 2. Stockholm, 1. St. Petersburg, 5. And Moscow coming in about 7 over there. Looking at England, a nice 10, 11 degrees in London, and looks like Wales is about the same temperature. Leeds showing 11, looks like Glasgow coming in at 10. Aberdeen about 8 right now, and looks like just a little bit cooler in the Highlands. Dublin making it to 10, and I bet you about 12 degrees there for our wonderful Doolin, if that is what it is. Yep, that's right there. So Irish monk has got nice temperatures. And we see that warmer air blowing up onto Iceland. Of course, that is helping warm them back up and melt some of that snow and get rid of the yucky stuff. Seeing about 9 degrees in Reykjavik right now. So that is awesome. And we can see that cut line where that low is. That is really heavy winds right in that area. I wouldn't want to be there. Anyway, let's switch it over to precipitation. We'll take a look at, I said precipitation. That's the other one. Yeah, there we go. And we see some snow up in Alaska, and we definitely see some rain throughout British Columbia. And that is probably good. It is getting rid of a lot of that SO2 and the ash in the air, and that includes some of here in Washington as well, and down in Oregon. That is helping a whole bunch to reduce the SO2 levels. Then when we slide over, we take a look, and nothing in Alberta, Saskatchewan, or Manitoba really. And then we get over here to Ontario, northern Ontario, and Minnesota, and Chicago, and those areas, all getting storms. And then we've got this other storm front in here coming right up on top of the Great Lakes. So ice rain for some of them, and hopefully it won't be too bad for those people. And that looks like it's likely going to move to the east and start nailing Sudbury and places like that pretty soon as well. Toronto doesn't look like it's getting anything right yet. Looks like the eastern portions, New Brunswick and PEI and Nova Scotia look good. Newfoundland looks good. Labrador is clear. Snow up in the northern portions of Quebec. And we do see that. That's quite a big system there. So some of those states will be seeing it. Definitely in Ohio, and let's see, looks like New York. Well, not quite in New York yet, but Pennsylvania definitely going to get some. We do see nasty, and it looks like some in North Carolina. We do see some stuff in Georgia as well, South Carolina, but those are not as heavy as this other stuff going up north here. So definitely, yeah. Ohio definitely getting nailed with a lot of that. And in Florida, we do have this, and that is a small storm patch there. Looks like lots of lightning and things like that in there, north of Miami, south of Orlando, and everywhere in between. Looking at the, yeah, this from western side here in Oregon, going almost, well, it is going down to the border, but not by much, into California. Then we get into Mexico, and we see, and we have all kinds of stuff around the Yucatan Peninsula, all the way up here to what is it, Monterrey area. And that is pretty nasty. So yeah, Mexico, just on Mexico City, and just on the skirt of it. But yep, lots of stormy activity, and that's even in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, and then we go further south, Costa Rica and Panama definitely getting it. Colombia, yeah, Colombia definitely getting it. And we are seeing stormy stuff in Ecuador, in Peru, in Brazil, half of Venezuela, and then some of the French Guianas and places like that also getting nailed. And southern portions here, we do see southern Brazil has got some there, as well as parts of Paraguay. and even some rain around Buenos Aires and into Uruguay there. Paysandú again clear, so not bad there. Looking at the rest down on the bottom, looks like that will likely end up just grazing them on the bottom end. And looking at New Zealand, looks like pretty clear. They do have a few small patches of rain here and there. This system, I'm still wondering if that's going to graze the bottom end here as that low tries to push over. It'll end up coming like that somewhere. Hopefully it won't be too bad. This one, not sure where this is going to go yet. It'll probably skirt along here and cause some problems in northern portions of New Zealand. Tasmania definitely getting some rain on the western side, and then looking at Australia, just some stuff along the coastal areas. Nothing really severe till you get up in the top here where Townsville is, and they've got some stormy activity. And of course the extra lows that I mentioned earlier here sitting over well, it'd be just out here in the open west of the Kermadec Ridge. Basically Kermadec Ridge would be somewhere right around here, so this would be a Tonga that's getting affected, and any other islands in there. And then, of course, Vanuatu, as well as New Caledonia, getting nailed. And, of course, we see stuff in Papua New Guinea and eastern portions of Indonesia, central Indonesia, western Indonesia. How about some rain in the Philippines? Go figure. Not so bad in Thailand, but Taiwan, not bad either. And Japan looks like they are getting that cold air draw mixing with the warm, giving them a bunch of moisture, especially up in the northern portions. Kamchatka Peninsula and down on the bottom end and getting nailed with snow. Well, there are actually lots of places getting nailed with snow. That's likely helping keeping some of that SO2 down. Not so much rain there in India or Sri Lanka or southern portions of Brazil. I'm going to keep going, and we'll finish off the show. Sue, thanks. Central Africa, South and Central Africa looking pretty good. Still see rain here in the middle of Saudi Arabia. Very interesting and nice to see in a way, and so that may turn tropical once again. Climate change, we don't see anything there for Piggy for rain for right now. And we do have this big mass, though, that is it's a mess rather than a mass, and definitely getting Italy and a bunch of these other countries, Albania and Romania, etc., 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 right? So everybody gets a little bit, and no rain in Spain, and no rain in Portugal. France, just a couple of little spots of rain. Germany does have some rain throughout in various places. Nothing up in Denmark, and we do see some rain in eastern portions of England, and a little bit there on the western coast of Scotland, and nothing major up in Norway until you get to the top fjords there. And look at this Iceland stuff. Isn't that lovely? Just what you want. Warm weather turning into a raininess. And with all that rain, we're going to see some more earthquakes in around Katla. The ice will crack. So expect to see a few bigger ones there. And let's put it back over on temperatures. And as we talked about yesterday, we weren't really going to go for looking for cold temps up in the northern hemisphere anymore. Those are gone. The cold temps are down on the bottom. This is what's called Antarctica, and we will go find our coldest temperature on the planet. We found our hottest. We know that is in Mexico with 43 degrees Celsius, but we need to find the coldest temp here in Antarctica, and right now I've already spotted minus 72 wherever it went, but let's spy on the rest and we'll see where it gets really cold. There's a minus 74, minus 75 right in there. Wow. And let's see, do we see anything colder? Minus 76. Oh, that's enough to freeze everybody. A minus 76. And do we have anything colder than minus 76 degrees? Wow, that is cold for Antarctic places. Yeah, even your penguins will freeze at that temperature. Minus 76. Do we have anything colder up here? 62s. No, a 76 right there as well. And that is pretty nasty. Oh, there's a minus 77. Do we have a minus 78 in here? No, I think a minus 77 is about the coldest. So, yep, I think we'll leave it as that. Minus 77 degrees is our coldest temperature on the planet right now. And that is okay. The rest of the areas have all warmed up. You know, we got like minus 34 or so, minus 35 in Greenland, and that is a pretty normal. And northern portions of Canada, they are in the minus 30 stuff. So all good. Yep, a tide. I am good with that. And that is it for today, you guys. So awesome show. It is, of course, a Sunday. Tomorrow is Monday. We will have our next show doing our thing, and we will see what we've got. Yeah, 30 minus 35 is no fun. No, it isn't. It's really not that cold. Anyway, yes, thanks, Bob, for bringing up the stream times. And let's get that back over on this guy here. I just want to make sure that we are still showing, yeah, the lava, the lovely lava of our wonderful Siggy Fisher. And that was from the 14th, oh sorry, the 12th of August of 2022. For those who need to know, and that is not quite a year old. And Sue does the feeding, go find the animals in cold places, and that is awesome. Anyway, we'll wrap things up. So big thank you to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, a Piggy, a CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, and Mona Lisa Smiles, and any of the other ones that might have been there. And safe flight there, Sue, out to feed all those animals in cold places. And that is awesome, and thank you, Sue, for doing the volcano report. I do appreciate that. And let's see, what else we got? No super chats, no new members. We'll leave that be. That is happens. So we had one new member yesterday, so I was hoping we'd see a few more today. That's okay. Anyway, all good. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and remember, tomorrow is a Monday, so we will have another wonderful day on Monday. Hopefully it'll be prosperous and good for everyone. And you are welcome, Sue, and thank you for being here. And thank you all for being here. Do appreciate each and every one of you. For those who haven't hit that like button, do consider hitting it real quick if you haven't done that yet. It would really be awesome. And CVET69, thanks. Thanks to all you've done. Thank you. Do appreciate having you all in. On those notes, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Take care, and good night, and oink oink.